Okay, checking sound levels, checking Twitch to see if my sound is okay with the AC running. Okay, that sounds okay. Therefore, I think we are ready to get started. Hello, this is the Discourager of Hesitancy, and I am off this morning. Usually by now I've had 2 quarts of water, done my 3 sets of calisthenics, and kind of have the day going, but I had to go get my car out of the shop, take my daughter to the quick care to get checked on, and then I had to drive my son up to help a neighbor with some yard work. So I'm just behind. I've only got 1 quart of water into me. Only done 1 round of calisthenics, so I may break up the stream a little bit with some calisthenics breaks. And it'll be a little short because of all the stuff going on this morning. So apologies, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. But we do have branding done. Hopefully the logo and the banner helps everyone know that we're serious. Okay. Getting my beverage of choice up and running. I guess it's called something else in Brazil, I learned yesterday, but I'm drinking some yerba mate, popular drink in Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, parts of Brazil. Usually I would eat junk food with it, but I'm on a diet, so it's just gum for me. Okay. And for anyone interested, there is a Discord channel where you can talk about anything programming related, game development related. And yeah, generally have some discussion there. Maybe I'll create some more channels if things get interesting in there, but I need more tags in my Twitch now that I'm looking at it. That's okay. We'll do that after stream. I went through a bunch of branding stuff yesterday, so missed on the tagging. But that's neither here nor there. What we're going to do is we're going to look at our development journal for where we are. Yesterday, here, let's shrink things a little bit. Okay. Yesterday, we did some more animation stuff. It's kind of a slow slog because we're building functionality as we need it. So we're building our animation tools to be more and more generic as we go, but then that lets us animate the next animation. A little bit of code cleanup there. So today we're gonna pull 1 or 2 things from the to-do list here. One thing we're going to do is when you submit a guess, it drops down into the bookshelf. We don't like that animation, so we're going to take another look at it. And we might just get that to, here's the first half. We got the first half looking good. Now we're going to stop for now. Okay. When you click on a word in the alphabet area, it changes the color of the letters in the words. That's a visual indicator of which letters have been accepted and which ones have been rejected. I want to animate that color change a bit. Depending on how we want to animate it, we may have to come in and look at the fix the scale and rotation bug, which I have not shown you yet. I discovered it before I started streaming. And if we have time, we may take a look at this bug. It's just a way to break up the long stream. This one's an easy one. I know what to do. Just have to do it. So we're going to start with this. I would like to add a few more tasks to the end of project tasks. As we get close to the end, wow, I cannot type. As we get to the end of the project, I will have to create a business. I will need to create a website. I will need to Steam developer, sign up. Steam integration, they will have some library that I have to use to work with the Steam stuff, because that's where we're going to launch the Steam store. Is that it? Oh, bank. I need a bank. Those are things we will have to deal with eventually. Items over here. As far as gameplay goes, we're going to need some music. Hopefully I can talk my sister into composing something. She is very musical, excellent composer and arranger, as well as a great piano player and singer. I'm thinking something non-vocal in the background. I don't know if I want one music loop per scene, like the about scene, the main menu, the game scene. So we'll see about the music. That's all kind of open. One other thing we will want is better art. That part, I'm not gonna say it scares me. I'm not afraid of it. It's just I know I'm not the greatest artist. So when I start getting serious about making something that needs to look good, it may take me a long time, which those who are artistic would be like, well, why did he do it that way? That's like the slowest way to do it, or that's terrible and he didn't take perspective into account, and et cetera, et cetera. So it may just be painful for everybody. Who knows, by then maybe we'll have enough of a following that an artist will want to actually do game art for me for no money except a percentage of the sales. I don't know. So it's all open. That's why it's in the things that need to get done but we don't have planned yet bucket. Okay, so those are just things I thought about last night while I was thinking about things. Letter color change. Okay. And the word guess. So let's hide that one, that one, that one. Okay. Second try. Letter color change. I have a whole bunch of ideas for different ways to do that. So that's where we're going to start. Maybe we'll get around to this bug out of necessity for like rotation or scaling with a color fade. This would be a problem. And we may fix this one if we just have the time. It's a simple one to fix. So a couple of options open there. All right, let's get started then. Let's see. Curiosity. So I see a lot of people have set their stream category to software and gaming and game development. Is that? What have I got mine set to? Software and game development. Yeah. Okay, so I'm in the same group as the other people I've seen. Okay. Get into it. Okay. Yeah, last time we made the banner raise and drop. This is getting a little crowded, and it's going to get only more crowded. So let's break this out. So here where I init text layout is where a lot of the positioning of things happens. Init animations seems reasonable. Wow. Got finger to that one. There we go. Okay. Boom. There we go. Reduced letters. Wow. Raise lower. Banner. Okay. Part where we're going back to look is this part. Yes, submitted. We do have a flag for do we want animations or not for multiple reasons. One of those reasons is for testing. If I just need to turn the animations off to test something else because the animations are broken, I want that option. Also speedrunners. they hate animations. Like a lot of speedrunners, it's all about the animation canceling, or like end of scene change avoidance. So I'm just gonna make it a button. You can just turn it off. Okay. So this is all good. This was all good. That was good. That part was fine. So basically, the first thing we do is we take the target place where it needs to be, set that text, clear the current guess, and we're moving the target guess over the top of the where you would type your guess. So that way you can immediately, after this frame, start typing and it will start filling up the current guess again. Okay? And this will finish on that frame. This one says we're going to drag it over to the top of the bookshelf. Oops, not uncomment. There we go. This is not a spin in a quarter circle. Lift word above target column. It's everything from here down that I absolutely hated. I think what we're going to do is we're going to come to here. And instead of dropping part way, we're just going to drop the whole way in a quad in. So that should accelerate down to the bottom. Right now, that animation is going to take 1 second. I think that's probably too long, but I want to be able to type words while they fall just so that I can see that the user input is not blocked while the animation is running. And I think we're going to ditch this whole chunk here. So yes, that number 3 is a problem for me. I don't like it. Okay. Whereupon it will update the text and the character colors and play a sound. So all of this is probably fine. It's the landing it on the shelf that I don't like. Make this nice and long, 2 seconds. This is the drop. Copy the word over to the target label. So basically, I'm taking large chunks of, not large chunks, I'm taking chunks of code and just explaining what they do above them. I'm a fairly minimal commenter, but when I'm breaking up multiple stages, just a quick description is good. Copy the word to the target label, clear current guess, move target label over location of current guess. To start the animation. I'm actually not sure that's necessary, because this first update will do that for me anyways. I don't think I need to do that. increment guess, both in total guesses, guess counts. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to lift the word up, drop the word to the shelf. Set letter colors. Add matched character count. Set letter colors. Start sounds. Okay. We'll do a clean build first thing in the morning. Let's see. So I started around 1, so maybe around 2 or 2:30. I'll take a calisthenics break. I got to get 2 more sets of calisthenics in. If I wait too late in the day, I start losing energy. Just too tired chasing my kids. And if I don't have the calisthenics done before I go on my run, then the run is like seems more painful because then there's more exercise to do after the run, which is odd because when I was young, it was like the run was my warm up, and then I would go, blast with the weights or whatever. But I'm trying to build up slow and steady, lifestyle changes, not trying to injure myself. Trying to shed some weight, build some muscle, repair the damage from my last couple of jobs. I don't have anyone in the chat, so I guess I won't ask the chat any questions, or nobody responsive in the chat anyways. Get status, let's run the game. There we go. Swoop, drop, good. Okay. That all seems to be doing pretty well. I may put some keyboard shortcuts back in that I took out when I added the buttons. And these buttons will need new art. So that looks okay. I want to see what it looks like if this animation is cut down to half a second. Oh, clean again. I didn't need to clean. Oh well. Someone brought up on the Discord that they want to make their own programming language. That's been a thing I want to tackle. I have several ideas. Some of them from like old papers that nobody's ever read, or read but never implemented in a real language. Some I came up with myself. Some are on the compiler side, some are on the language side. I figure I've got right now one that I could write as a technical paper. I've done it, I've built it, it works, and I understand it. Possibly, I don't know. I've done some Googling on topics, and I'm the only one I can find that's talked about my idea in that way. Got another idea that I've never seen anywhere else. I don't know if it's faster, so I need to actually build and compare 2 systems before I could write a paper on that. But I love some of that stuff. Compilers, tokenization, parsing. Okay. So that seems to work pretty good. It's been a while since I've actually solved one of these. I keep quitting before I finish one. Should we finish one early today? There were other streams where I went and solved at least one guess every time I was trying to implement something. Alright, prime lunch toads is 5 letters, so all those are out. Ultra demon lace lines. Interesting. Well, we're gonna copy, and this art needs to be updated as well. Like this is neglected, this is neglected, this is pretty neglected. These are functional, but we'll need to make them look good later. Anyways, this notebook, it will be a notebook, trust me. Gets RH, RI, and this notebook gets HI. So with these assumptions, we look for contradictions. And if we can create a contradiction, we know that our assumption was wrong. So 1 2 0 1 1 2 1 2 3. Okay, so we have 5 letters that way that are reasonable. This already has a contradiction because of R and I, so this one can be cleared. This notebook can be cleared. This one has a contradiction here. We can only get 1 letter, but it has to have 2. So this one's also done. So workspace 2 is it. That's not a word. I don't think that's a word either. Okay. What if this is a... Oh. Wow, took me a while to see that one. Hey, we found one. Okay. Awesome. We need to find one more letter because these 3 words only have 4 matches in them. So prime lunch toads. I need to find one more letter. So if we take BD, EAD has 2. Therefore, EAD has 2 up here, which means B and Y can't be in there. Logs. OS. Is there a word I have out here with OS? It's not informative. There's no deductions I can make from that. Jacks. A and S could both be, and I don't see any reason it couldn't yet. Ultra Demon. Okay. Waxed. So W and X are out. So flogs or jacks has my extra letter. Probably. Or it's VQZ. Alright. So we're going to do the same trick. We're going to copy the notebook from 1 into the other notebooks. In notebook 2, we're going to take this word, and we're going to do all 3 combinations of those possible letters. I, E, not S. I, not E, S. Not I, E, S. So those are the 3 things we can do with the word lines here. In notebook 2, we're going to remove those letters, those in, and that one in, which leaves me with FG having 1 and JK having to have 1, but we're already full, so there's a contradiction. 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2. 0, 2, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, and so this can't be the right workspace. So EI is not the answer. 3, those go away. Those go in. That's out. That's in. That is in, but we've already run out of letters. So it can't be IM, so we have a contradiction. So this can't be the right workspace. So it has to be ES in lines. All right. So none of those. That's in. That's in. No FG. No JK. No P. No T. So 2, 2, 1, 1. 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2. Yeah, there are no contradictions here. So maybe it's something like savor. Ooh, it's not V. Oh, it is V. So maybe it's raves. Oh, not raves. It is not V. But it is V. So this is not right. It is not V. It is V. Well, no. Alright, let's clear this. Nothing here. We decided it was ES, not I. Those go away. R is in. DM is out. P is out. A is in. T is out. B and Y are out. JK is out. V is out. Waxed is out. Okay, so V was not right. Curious. Q or Z? My bet is on Z. Oh, raises. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Alright, that's probably far enough. So things are working. That animation is starting to look better. I actually think we want this to go a little faster. 1875 maybe. So 3/16 and 375. That's not a 3. Although watching multiple words fall at the same time is pretty good. So my problem now is it slaps the bottom of the shelf, it stops, and we did another clean build. I want it to do something at the bottom. So a lot of my other animations, actually, right now we only have 2 other animations, and they're both like an elastic launch or elastic overshoot and return. I want to do a bounce, an actual bounce. And we have a bounce interpolation, but it causes issues. For one, the bounce is proportional to the total distance you're traveling. So when you fall a long ways, that letter bounces a long ways. It's not good. What if I put that back in, though? Should we try it? We can try it. All right. Build is done. Okay, those are pretty good. None of those take too long. What if we just put the bounce back in? How bad can it be, right? I think it's bounce out. Basically, we want the bounce to happen on the end of the animation, not the start. You can do it where it like bounces in. I haven't found a good use for that yet. I did another clean build. Why am I doing this? Can't be consistent, apparently. I think of these things afterwards. Ooh, tags. Here we go. C++ 17. What? Wow. C++. Guess we'll do that. Windows W. Oh wow, it does. 64 msys 2. Make. Just while things are compiling, updating my tags. Emacs. That's important. Just adding more tags here. Oop, file's done. Good. Let's just see what the bounce looks like. Oh, that's too fast. Let's slow that down so we can see what's happening. Hey, we're not painting anymore. It should be faster. I could even add more tags while this is popping up. Let's see here. OpenGL. What else do I use? Port audio. Oh, okay. Maybe we remove some of these tags. Yeah, I'll see how that looks. Okay. Build complete. Take a look. A look-see. Here we are. Let's run this one in sprint mode. So we've slowed down the animation. We should be able to see the bounce a lot better. Okay. That actually isn't that bad. Maybe we slow this back to a quarter second. I feel like the bounce is a little bit high, and at the top shelves, the bounce won't be as high as I want. But maybe that's okay because it's proportional to the distance fallen. At this point, I'm not trying to solve the word. I'm just trying to fill the shelf so I can see what the bounce looks like here at the very top. Let's see what else I got here. Lace rhinos, jump, crowd lines, match. Oh dear. Okay, inked, wavy. Oh, yeah. Human guard. That's not bad. Maybe that animation is good enough. Maybe it's good enough. Interesting. Okay. Maybe that's good enough for now. You know what? I think we're just going to take it. I think we're just going to take it. Let's take the win. I had much more complicated ideas to try, but that's good enough for now, I think. Did not beat this. I didn't prove that. All right, clean up. Let's save our work. Oh, update the journal. The word does indeed jump and fall and bounce. Okay, I can't call this done yet. Gotta go back to game scene. Right now, the color is changing after the last bounce. I want it to change the instant the bounce lands. So let's go look at the bounce. Easing curves, bounce out. This, let's see, if it's less than 4/11ths, we do something else. We do the fall, right? So this is your quadratic falling speed, basically. If it's between 0.4 and 0.8, this is the first bounce. And then between 0.8 and 0.9, another bounce. And then it finishes the movement. So I think as long as we're below 4/11ths, we do not want to change the colors. Once we hit 4/11ths, then we change the colors. Okay, drop the word in the shelf with a bounce. This means we need a new action sequence. Change color on first bounce. Equals our sequencer scheduler dot new action sequence. Perfect. And basically want this step so this one needs two actions. The first one is a wait until this animation has a t value greater than 4/11ths. So let's do that. You set wait do until just checking with my so we're not that wide. It's just back then in streaming mode where all my fonts are huge. Okay. Action sequence. Set do until index 0, and in that time we will do nothing, and we know we are done when I need to capture this animation. Point to t is greater than 4. Anytime that our t is over 4/11, then this step is done. Change color on first mount to set immediate. So as soon as this happens, then we do this. Not this. Actually, options. And it's roughly this. I don't want to start the sounds at the same time that the color changes. How do I feel about that? Well, let's just leave the sounds where they are for now. We'll move more stuff later. Let's copy this. It's literally going to do nothing until that's there. Capture, submit, yes, animation 2. And it's not action index, this is 1. Our update function, okay. Starting the sounds. Okay, so let's see, how many steps do we have here? We have set immediate 0, set play at 1, set another animation at 2. So we really only need 3 in this sequence here. So that's the main sequence. This one is going to wait as a side-long sequence. So most sequences are going to be running at the same time. Step 0, wait for the animation to reach a certain point, and then fire off the color change. This is entirely outside of both of those. I just kind of want to put this sort of playing sounds thing in here. Copy all this. That's part of this piece here. Whoa! Uh-oh. Did I change a level somewhere? Oh, looks good. Okay. So I need to capture matched characters. Oh, I already did. I need matched characters. I need this pointer, which I've got. I need the target guess label. Do I? X1, Y1. I don't think I need. Is that it? So instead of being I fall, bounce, 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 then the sound plays and the color changes. It'll be fall, color changes, sound start playing, bounce, bounce, bounce. Yeah. Heavens. Okay. So sequence is not defined here, and that's fine because it should be change color on first bounce. The lambda has no capture default. I see. In that case, we just need 3 steps. This one's immediate, so it's fine. If we match the number of characters, and 2 matched characters, just see how it looks. Maybe it'll be amazing. Maybe I miscalculated everything. Yep, the sound starts as soon as it hits. And the color should change on that first bounce. Yep. Okay. That's not bad. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think that's good enough. Good enough. Awesome. All right. Got a bunch of commented out stuff. Steal this comment here. Start the first. Start the sounds at that same moment. That feels a little bit more, not organic, but natural. Parallel action sequence. Okay. That looks pretty good. Good enough for now. We're calling it done. Nope, not that one. There we go. better. A parallel, simple bounce, mount, and parallel. Action sequence. Change colors. Add count and start sound. When the first bounce starts. That is something I can live with. Oh, wait. Let's run it again. Did I slow that animation down a bunch so I could see what's going on? You know, that's not bad. It doesn't slow you down at all. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, then I'm not going to change the time. So I had a quarter second on the lift, 1 second on the fall. And that's it. It should just take a second and a quarter to fully complete the animation. But only 0.4 seconds passes before we update the colors, the text, the colors, and start the sounds. So it's really, you get information in 0.65 seconds from the time you hit enter. It feels pretty good. Okay. What's next? Okay. Letter color range. This one's going to be a bear. So I wonder if we take a low hanging fruit to start with and go fix that bug. Interestingly, those animations, I was getting some letters that were not changing colors correctly. But that's right. Let's look at this other bug. Shouldn't be too bad to fix. When a letter is deduced, so let's say that like TO or N and whatever, it doesn't matter. And then we clear the deduction. Does clear that. No. What was it? There's a way that this can get stuck with too many letters, but the colors don't match. Oh, I know. Then click X. So it's like I decided the W and X are in, whatever, and then we hit this. The W and X were left in, so those are still in the deduction word, even though they've been proved to be not in. That's the problem. So when I hit the X, I have to do the same thing as the clear, not the clear, almost the same thing. The X is preset lists, reject preset characters. This one. Star C equals. Let's see here. This is where I'm working. Clear deductions. This is basically what I want to do. I think I actually cleaned this up in another location. I think in here. So we are going to check every letter in the deduced letters if text equals our character. Then we can do that. We need to be able to break out, although it shouldn't matter. We should only ever have one match of a thing. Okay. We'll try that. All right. So if I have rejected letters, oops, okay. Oh. If state yeah, I'm storing those as integers. That's fine. I can start defining them somewhere. Reject. There it is. If the state is rejected, then we look through deduced letters and remove it. If we have to. Just out of curiosity, what's my frame rate look like these days? All right, and if we hit the X, it left the S and the L and cleared all those, so I should no longer be able to get the same contradictions we were before. Good. Proud prime. N is in, H is out. Deduce. Let's do LAC. LTA? LTA. LT not A. L not TA. Not LTA. Alright, looking for contradictions. C is in, it's a contradiction. No good. Oh, I see. Okay, C would have to be in. And there's a contradiction already. We can clear that one. S is out, and C is out. Everything's consistent there. E logs X. So why is the A not marked as in and the E is? I've made a mistake somewhere. Why is this inconsistency here? And the O is already, so there's something weird going on here. What happened? I noticed it a playthrough ago, but I'm going to tell it to, let's take a look. This should fix the other thing. Problem in here. It's a bug. I don't like it. I'm going to stare at this for a minute. This O is out, and it's marked as out here, but it wasn't updated as out here. BD, A is in, and E is out, so what happened there? And I don't remember what the deduction was we were doing before, but B and Y have, there's no H. Oops. This back over to 1. No. 2, 1. Doing LTA. L not TA. Not LTA. So we came over here. We decided there was a contradiction. When we accept that letter C there, it causes lunch to blow up. So that's gone. 4. There was a contradiction. Enlaced. So it has to be 3, which is AL N. So not C. B or Y must have 1. JKS are out. F or G, those are out. WX has the other. So what's happening with these ones being wrong? Because it's taking the character from current guess. That's why. Point 2. Text. Alright, quit. Try it again. If I typed letters before the word finished falling, it was getting the wrong info. now it'll be fixed. Rhino, proud lines. Ooh, interesting. I need to get more deduction so I can see that the things falling are correct. EMN or TAS? Let's go with TAS. So TA TA not S, T not AS, and not TAS. All right, looking for contradictions. No L. Wow, there's just not that much information here. C or E. At least Rhino has one, and it's already got the one, so stop. M is out. Therefore, E and N are in. I is out. H is out. And C is out, and there's a contradiction here. But we have some deductions, so we can do things like inked, and N is in, E is in, I is out, K is neutral. Okay, so at least the words are dropping with the correct stuff. Human, hard. So H, U, M, A, N. Yeah, that matches. G, U, A, R, D. Okay, good enough. Now it's fixed. NA, hey, yep. I saw you yesterday in the chat. And in Discord as well. Taking this as a win. We should add it to the journal. That's nuts. Drop animation. Now looking much better. Maybe color fade. And a color snap. Yeah, we're just gonna leave it like this. Plug with clear deductions, leaving letters, or clear reject preset list of characters, new letters in deduced word. Fixed. Fixed new found bug. For the target word letter colors were being set based on current guess. There we go. Fixed reject preset letters leaving in deduced word, deduced letters, fixed color in target word, getting colors from current guess. Boom. Nice, good progress today. Yes, you did. I saw it. Oh. I saw the picture you sent. Yep, he looks like a serious dude. Okay, good. All right, back to the old journal. Now we've got to do letter color changes when we select or deselect a letter. All right, we could do a color fade. What time is it? 2:24. 5 more minutes. Then I'm taking a calisthenics break and grabbing a snack. I think that's what I got to do. We could just start with a simple color fade in the alphabet. Ugh. Oh no, probably not my dad. He and I have more similar sense of humor. I'm not a big prankster, more of a tease, and that deadpan delivery and having people miss it. That's what's funny for me. So I would probably not tickle my dad. Click a letter a lot of times pretty quickly. So this animation in the alphabet side of things needs to be very quick. Or I block user input, which I don't like. Or I have to queue up the animations to play in order as I add them to the list. Oh yeah, I get your choice. Let's see. Because if I have two animations running at the same time, let's say that I run a 3-second animation just to be ridiculous, and you double click the letter, it goes from neutral color to red, and then the next time you click it, so on the first click it'll start that transition immediately, start fading to red, or fading to green, and the second time you click it, it'll start a transition of fading from red to green, and those two animations will be running on the same update frame. So one will write a darker green, and then immediately in the same frame before the next render, the red one will be overwriting it. Which, that's not actually that bad, because that means whatever you did last is the color you're fading to. Let's just start simple. We're just going to make that assumption. It's okay. Scene. Yes. Okay. So what we're most interested in is set letter color in here. In here. name, context, use animations. We'll do a thing, otherwise we'll do a different thing. Now we're not going to mess with the guesses text. We'll just do that immediately. We're only going to deal with the letters. This will be where the animation comes in. Okay, so I think I know where we're working here. And for each instance of this call, we create a new animation sequence of 1. Can I just add a simple animation to my scheduler instead of having to use an animation sequence as a go-between? Let's go look at my scheduler. Sometimes I just want to do one thing. This is one of those. New action sequence, or add an existing sequence. I mean, it's not that much more. Oh, it's time. It's time for break. Break. I'm way behind today, so I've got to get some calisthenics in. I've got to drink more water. I'm gonna go on a break. Here we go. While I ponder this possibility. Restroom, calisthenics, and snack break. Be right back. Okay. Be right back. Okay, and we are back. And here's what we're looking at. I think just as a convenience, we allow it. I think that's what we're going to do. I'm taking. Wait a second. Action has start update is running. I can set up all of these. So I guess it just goes in the action. Action. Except that I've put most of the conveniences in ActionSequence. We may have to move some of that, or use ActionSequence as a delegate to the action class. Okay, so let's take a look at this. ActionSequence. So these are basically passed through to these. And these are convenience methods. These are similar enough that it should be in the same order. Is owned by scheduler. It's its own thing. Oh, and the other thing I have to do. Move these up to I think here actually. Just for consistency. And let me answer the phone real quick. Okay, I'm back. My brother is in town trying to get things organized. So let's see. Oh, pardon me. Some build up there. Okay. Now. Okay, so a little rearranging. Basically, Let me look at. Okay, so those are literal pass-throughs. So let's move these up here. Set on start and on end. We will move that up to till. Okay. I like having the methods in my header file to be in the same order as the ones in the implementation file. It's not necessary at all, but it makes me happier because I kind of have these things set up in an order, right? So this is, to my mind, something that's very action sequence specific. These are analogous to what's in an action. These are analogous. These are exactly what's inside of an action, right? These are just delegate methods basically with a little bit of bookkeeping. These are the ones that are abstracted right now by ActionSequence, where it sets the, it takes the sound and then sets up the do until pieces for me based on what I would normally do with a sound. So I'm going to move these abstractions into action, and then these become simple delegate pass-throughs, right? Because all we really need are these four. These are conveniences. So I think that's what I want to do. Let me stew on that for just a second. Also, my calisthenics aren't done until I've held a squat for 2 minutes, so I need to do that while I think about this. Okay. I am trying to repair the damage done to my body by the last couple of very stressful jobs I've held. Working, 80, 100-hour work weeks, sitting at your desk all day. It becomes very hard to get your exercise, your diet, get it all under control. And so we're trying to fix that. One step at a time. Small incremental changes. Consistency is king. So action doesn't need to know about a subsequence. I think play sound, play animation. I think these two are different enough to be separated here, because this is action sequence specific stuff. So we move this down here as well. So this needs to be delegate pass through to action. Minute 40, 20 more seconds. That's not too bad. That's only 7 functions. Pass doesn't have a play versus start. So in the start, the sound will keep going long after the animation is stopped or the action is ended. It just starts it in one frame and then moves on. Animation, same thing. These two are to determine ownership of the animation, same as here. Oh, we're past 2 minutes. Okay. Let the blood run back into my feet. And I know I can start my snack. I think we just do that. Let's don't need that one. That's here. So let's actually. Okay. So let's change up the order of the things in ActionSequence for me. Is owned by scheduler. Now it goes to the very bottom. Set pass. And go down to the very bottom. And then subsequence. It's going to go down here somewhere. Start subsequence. Goes below the play subsequence. Okay, so now this order matches. So it's just these 6 functions. These are abstractions are being moved. So let's grab those. Oh, not quite a copy though. Part of me also just rename these and make them non-static. We'll break a whole bunch of stuff, but if I'm going to do it, now's the time. Let's do this then. Okay. Oh, I don't know why I did that. But I'm actually using that anywhere. So I'm using a double pointer so that if you don't hand one in, it creates one and hands it back to you. I don't think that's necessary. I think I was being overly clever. I was pre-abstracting. Always feels bad when you find that out. For snack today, it's a bit of a jalapeno popper. It's your proteins and fats and a little fiber. Mostly it just tastes good. You know what? Let's just do this. Let's do this, and if I discover later I regret doing it, then I will regret doing it. We will deal with it. Already this is feeling simpler. subindex dot set as. Play new subsequence. So think about this one. It's a little bit different because this is action sequence specific. Create the subsequence, capture the index. We set on start, do until, on end. Yeah, so this is a reasonable. There's the start. Okay. So this is the problem here. It looks like these are something I should be able to it is actions subindex dot set immediate. There. Boom, boom, boom. Sort of boom. Actions subindex. Set on end. Okay. Now, I don't think there should be any more action, anything in here. Except for those. Those make sense. Okay. Pretty good. As far as a small refactor goes. Now, these are the ones I need to implement based on what's in here. I'm going to leave the insert at multiple levels, so the action sequence will check for a sound being null, and the action itself will also check. It's not a huge performance hit, and it's 0 performance hit in the release version, so I like it when the assert tells me where it ran into it first, so instead of waiting for some subcall to tell me that the sound is null, I want to know that I'm coming in through its action sequence. Time for some more macro magic. Indent. Search forward for a paren. And search backward for a space, forward, backward word. That may seem convoluted, but it means that it will work every time, even with the pointers. Animation star, yep. There. Now, This very nearly does it. Yeah. Which means this one can get m_action subindex dot set play sound, and those go away. There. Now it's just a straight delegate. It's easy. Actions, index, set play animation. Okay. Oh, all the indexes were copied. I don't like that. I was removing those indices. There we go. Now, oh, wait a minute. Okay, so this is fine. These ones. Paren int index with paren. There we go. Replace sound, replay animation, play animation. Those animation. So this is going to become underscore actions subindex dot set play animation. There we go. Start sound. Underscore actions subindex dot set start sound. I do want that message over here as well. Subindex dot set start animation. Okay. We're gonna come back and clean this up in a minute. Which means start animation. Down below, return. Actions subindex dot set start animation. We left some indexes in here. We will fix that with a smart trick index with just a parentheses. There. Okay, in theory, all the heavy lifting for these abstractions are now being done by action, and these are just passed through. Good. Small refactor there, which now means, back to where we were, scheduler. Now I can add a new action. or add an existing action. Which means I now need a list of things that have to be done. Ooh, interesting. If I maintain two lists, one with the action sequences and one with the actions, I have to decide which one will be processed first. Unlike right now, if it's just all action sequences, it's the order I've added things. And I don't want to lose that order. The last thing you put in should be the last thing processed every frame, which means I need a union action or sequence will consist of an action sequence pointer or an action pointer. Which means this becomes a let's see here. Take an enum class element type, which will be either an action or an action sequence. And then a private class called element for now, since that's pretty clever. Public. It will contain an action or sequence thing and an element type. Element will have a constructor. The default destructor should do nothing. This is small, so it should just be implementable here. I don't usually do that, but this is really just a small helper to get an action or a sequence. And set thing dot sequence equals sequence and type equals element type. Now we can set that a little bit. Element type action sequence. Very similar thing here, except it's action equals action equals action. It's literally just a container, a tagged union. And now, instead of a list of action sequences, get this list of elements. Oh, interesting. Let me think about this for a second. Do I hate the way do I hate the way this is? It's now tagged union element. Doesn't need to do anything. Is that true? Okay, so element actually needs the here. The action sequence knows who its owner is. The action does not. Thinking. Adding a little more bookkeeping than I like, but needs to get a bit more stuff going on here before this can work. That's very similar to action sequence. Owner is owned. We don't need a store manager for now. Is managed. That's what we're going to do. Take a void pointer to manager and set default is all pointer. If in the future we want action to create managed objects managed by the same thing it's being managed by, we may want that. We're going to do that, and then we're going to say m underscore is managed equals manager not equal to. So now by default, an action is not managed. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. Because even in the case where it's I don't like the concept of ownership with this action. Let me think about that. Because right now, the action is basically always used as part of an array of actions in an action sequence. So the action sequence is the manager, and up until now, the action didn't need to know about its manager. It just was managed. Now if I can create an action anywhere and then shove that occasionally into the scheduler without having to recreate the action over and over again. Then, or we have the scheduler create it. You know what? I'm going to change the name of a couple things. How's that? Scheduler. Scheduler. Yeah, might as well just call it is owned by scheduler. And for consistency, that. Now they are similar. In some ways I don't like it, but it may enable some things in the future where the action, if an action spawns off a new action, that the ownership can be preserved from creating to the created action. I kind of don't like it in some ways, but that's fine. So if an action is created any other way, it is not managed by the scheduler. So in the scheduler, let's say macro work here, that's good. Equals a new action. But the scheduler has changed the way it does things. And place back, I think. And place back. So that will run the constructor for the element, depending on what you're passing in. Okay. So this will be very similar to this. Action result equals new action with this as the scheduler. Unstarted action sequences. We're going to have to change the names of that too. Good heavens. Result. Okay. Similar here. Sequence of action. Okay. Inside of update. In place back. And clear. And then I think we just clear, it automatically cleans up and deletes what it needs to because of the, oh, it will because of this destructor. If thing dot, if type switch Case. Let's put type inside of element, I guess. Yes. Element type. Action sequence. Do a thing. Element type. Action. What we're going to do is take thing dot sequence and delete it and delete thing dot action. So we're always deleting the right thing. The last thing is thing dot sequence point to is owned by scheduler. Thing dot action is on scheduler. Oh gosh, hopefully this all works. So this will go away. In theory. My Vomeshama. Welcome, welcome. My Vomeshama Brayu. So that's my voice calls Brayu. Is that right? I don't know what Brayu is. I couldn't find it in the translator. Okay, so here that simplifies that. Look up real quick. Clear, insert, erase elements. At the iterator. Okay. So that should actually work. Except now I need to change the name of this. It's starting to get to me. Action sequences will be underscore running elements or started. And unstarted sequences. Made a typo here. Underscore unstarted elements. There we go. Okay. So that makes me feel a little better. Something like my grandma calls me Brian. Okay. Okay. So it's an accent thing. Okay. Cool, cool. Of course, Google Translate is not as helpful as it could be. Like, there's nothing in that translation I saw that said anything about grandma, so. Update gets more complicated. Okay. Okay. Killing me. Why is this not? It's gonna make it painful on me. Not gonna do that. There we go. Element reference. Element. Image store. Elements. Do things. Okay. If it's an action sequence, then we take the element.thing.sequence start element thing action start. Place back thing. Oh, I guess this can go inside here. Thing.sequence. Thing.action. And then clear it. Okay. Yeah, it's not quite as clean as I'd like, but that's fine. Then we update each sequence. However, it looks more like this. And update. Okay. So basically, let's try the Java. I've done the Java. I don't want to go back to it unless somebody pays me an awful lot of money. It wasn't that bad. Like, there are aspects of it that aren't too bad, but I definitely prefer a less managed language. I want a language that doesn't want to treat me like an idiot. Basically, bad programmers will do bad programming no matter how many guardrails you put in place. But the more guardrails you put in place, the harder it is for good programmers to do good things. And the only way to become a good programmer, I think, is to shoot yourself in the foot so many times that you learn what's wrong and what's right. So, for example, in Java, you're not allowed, and maybe it's changed since I used it. I'm so old now. Operator overloading really wasn't a thing, right? Now, a bad programmer will overload operators that shouldn't be overridden and won't clearly document it, and will do weird things like, hey, to do this thing, use the unary, bang operator to do this non-mathematical thing at all, right? Maybe it's like delete string. So that's bad because it doesn't really communicate to the user what it's doing. It's just a shorthand, and that's not good because it makes your code more unreadable. But for those that want to write vector and matrix and tensor classes, like, the standard mathematical operators are perfect. So why do I have to write, vector.add vec1 vec2 when it could just be vec1 plus vec2 and everybody would know what it means without more intuitively, right? So they, because somebody was a bad programmer once, are punishing everyone. I don't like that. So take a text having a lot of words, one word for each line. Okay, I'll load it, draw a number, read the row. Yeah, I mean, it makes some things much more simple. That's what the point of a high-level language, but I want the control. For example, no understanding how the path works. Yeah, yeah, it hides details. Actually, I put this quote in my chat yesterday. I don't know if you saw it. Let me look it up again. I can remember how to spell his name. There we go. I'm getting there. Put this in the chat yesterday. Um, there. This is the quote. No, it's not about. This is the quote I like. This one was like always stuck with me. The purpose of abstracting is not to be vague, but to create a new semantic level in which one can be absolutely precise. So every time somebody says, "Oh, well, if you create this abstraction, and then we can implement anything we want underneath this abstraction," well, that doesn't necessarily communicate to the user a precise vision, right? So some high-level languages, I think, obscure too much as opposed to create a precise semantic level. So the longer I've been in my career, the more I push lower and lower levels. Eventually, I'm going to write my own compiler tools, my own programming language, and I might write first a backend that generates the assembly language, but I kind of want to just write straight to binary, just the binary code of x86-64 that Intel supported. I've downloaded the manuals; it's all there. You have to do a little bit of work with like COF intermediate file formats, but it should be doable. But at that point, I'll have done just about every level of abstraction from the very highest to the very lowest. Which means when I use a higher level abstraction, I actually understand a lot more about how it's probably doing things or exactly how it's doing things. Okay. If it is running, action.h. And we got me regrets, but it's not too bad yet. If the element type is this thing, then we ask if it is running. We do that. And instead of a sequence here, we use the action. Erase the pointer. Did we do a removal? If we did a removal, oh, we can break twice if we need to. So this break now gets us out of the switch statement. This one breaks us out of the for loop because we've invalidated our iterator. And if we go all the way through this for loop without ever doing a removal, then we can break out of the infinite loop. So that's good. I think that's it. I think that's all the changes we have to make. The compiler will probably hate me for it. We're going to try it anyways. Sorry, what's your name? Well, am I ready to give out my real name or just my screen name? My name is Ray. I guess that's vague enough, right? Sound. Oh, action needs a sound. Sense. My name better than. Yeah. So, yeah, my name is Ray. Answer was not declared. Next. Nice to meet you too. Hoping to get things to a state where you can see what work we've done already before you showed up. But right now, well, actually, 90% of programming is spent with the everything in a non-running state. No declaration matches set pass. Oh, that is true. It is not. So I didn't remove it here. Now I'm just going to grind through all my compiler errors. I refactored a bunch of stuff around action sequences, and the scheduler. Like, uh, okay, so that should make things happier there. So many errors. I was trying to refactor too many things at once, I think. Okay. I have an unmatched bracket, which is this one here. Change in action header. Oh. Oh. Yep, it's not called element type anymore. Oh, we've already fixed the bug and made the guest drop animation look much better. Good enough that I don't feel like I have to do anything about it just yet. Ohio. Okay. Alright. I'm new to this streaming thing, so I gotta learn what the emotes are. Oh, okay. We are going to replace these with just a parentheses. Every time we refactor. That's fine, because we use the compiler to find all our errors. This is programming by compiler errors. Or scheduler element. Switch is owned by a scheduler. Delete element thing. Oh wait, no. What am I doing? I think I just clear because the element now handles the cleanup. I think it's fine. It also just clears. If it doesn't work fine, then we'll change it from the element cleaning up to the scheduler cleaning. Hey, the list is getting shorter. Action sequences, that is correct. It was started elements. Thing.sequence. Thing was not declared, that's because it's element.thing. The contents of it.type. I've changed my mind 3 or 4 times while we built it, so. Okay. The contents of it.thing. The contents of it.thing. I hope I didn't break things too badly. This refactor, sort of regretting it now. I'm wondering if I've overthought it. But you'll never know until you try. And there it crashes. So we go to the args run. And it just hangs here. Huh. Segfault in delete actions. Scheduler update 47. Element destructor. Scheduler HPP line 47 is where we delete the thing.sequence. Except that it shouldn't be cleaning anything up because the animation didn't finish. The animation didn't start. Update, update. Why is it calling a destructor here? It should only call the destructor at the very end of the animation. I'm getting confused. Using the absolute path through the... Yep, absolute paths. I'm trying to think. Most programming projects I end up forcing absolute paths everywhere. Gotta drink more water. Usually before I start streaming, I've already drunk 2 quarts of water, but I'm behind today, so. Okay. Well. Scheduler. Scheduler update. In line 47. For each thing, you ask the type. If it's an action sequence, we test if it's running. If it is, we can remove. If it's not moving, we can remove it. But the action sequence is not running. I'm starting to regret this whole refactor. We just put the scheduler back the way it was. I'm doing a lot of work to do something that's not necessary. It's convenient, but it's not necessary. All right, let's roll back the changes. Quit. All right, so the scheduler is just going to be put back the way it was. And parts of action will. Test if it's working in the target compile. Yeah. Environment differences are also fun to work through. Works on my compiler, doesn't work on that compiler. Works on my machine, doesn't work on the other person's machine. You know, there used to be a time when you could build something and then just copy the executable around, and it just worked everywhere. But our development environments have become so complicated, and our operating systems have become so controlling. It's the same binary code. It's like literally the same Intel x86 64 or AMD 64-bit standards, but for some reason it doesn't run on your OS because the OS wants to double check all sorts of things and manifests before to let it run. So things that used to be possible, used to be easy, are getting harder, which I'm starting to sound like Jonathan Blow now, but it's true. I think in a lot of ways software has regressed. Git restore the scheduler. The scheduler is the one that's causing me problems. Wow, I can't type. And let's do the same to scheduler.h. Make sure things are what I expect. All right, action. We are no longer worrying about ownership. The only way to use a good action is going to be through the action sequence. Because ownership becomes very complicated. Okay. Just make sure it compiles and runs. Semester project tried to apply an LLM model using Python, but the libraries and dependencies. Yep. Yeah, exactly. I find time and time again that all these new tools that are supposed to manage your dependencies for you just moves the problem. So when I'm talking to my kids, I'm like, go clean your room. And what do? They take all the junk off the floor and they like put it on their bed as if that fixes the problem. So I have a phrase. I'm like, don't move the mess. I want you to clean up the mess. So whenever I run into these same things in software, it's like, hey, we have a dependency issue where this thing needs that thing, but that thing needs the other thing. And what people do is they say, oh, well, we have this tool that will clean up your dependencies for you. It'll move the, but what that does then is the problem now is no longer at the dependencies, is at your dependency manager. So now you spend all day fighting your dependency manager, which has one more layer of abstraction, which you don't know, you don't understand. And so we've added a layer of abstraction that's bad, and it doesn't solve the problem because now it has its own problems. It's just moving the problem. So now we have Dockers. Well, that didn't solve the problem either, did it? And at the cost of massive amounts of compute power and memory size. Because trust me, just because you have a Docker does not mean everyone is running the same dependencies. For some reason, it's always broken. So then we have, fleet management with Kubernetes or whatever, and guess what? That doesn't fix the problem either. If you want me to just write a little script that says copy these files to this machine and run it, I can do that in Python in minutes. But I spend instead hours and hours fighting the pipeline that's supposed to fix all these problems for you. I just get frustrated. Yep, we've run into that. This library wants version 3, this version wants 2.8, and so you have to have both of them in your environment. Yep. It sounds like you are running into the same problems I did. It's in a lot of ways. Yep. Okay. Where was I? Cleaning up my last mistake. Action. What is it complaining about? Action with a void. Action sequence. Clean it. Come on, clean it since we made so many changes. So I actually really want to learn some Zig. I think they had some good ideas, including from any machine, you can set the target output and it will output a binary file that works in that environment. So if you want Windows 64-bit, it'll put it out. If you want a Mac 64-bit, it'll put it out. I don't know what all of it supports, but like it doesn't go through these weird intermediate stages with lots of dependencies. It literally just generates the binary output that you need to run the program on that machine. I'm sure there are other things about Zig I will hate, but Zig is on my list as maybe reasonable. Yeah, so that final build works fine. Okay. So what we're working on, before I got distracted by a bad refactor, combined with a good refactor. In my defense, part of it was very good, part of it was very bad. So we don't have that animation looking nice. And it doesn't block user input. So that's pretty good. Uh-oh. Oh, that's because I haven't fixed these animations. Alright. We were animating that. When I be a senior, I'll unlock this editor skin. I don't know. Editor skin. I don't know what editor skin. I'm new to Twitch. I don't know anything. Right, before we digressed, we were in here. We're basically saying we want to change this color. So these are text. Just that. Ooh, hold on a second. Yes, my wife has brought me my lunch. It's a little late in the day, but you know what? Lunch is good. I love lunch. Okay. Theme, be a better word. Editor theme. In-game person. Good stuff called skin. Yeah. Are you talking about the the skin that my assistant is wearing right now? Okay. To capture the text element, we're going to get an action sequence equal to the scheduler dot new action sequence of 1 sequence point to set play animation. And next 0. And I'll even let the animation create its own, the sequence add its own animation. Animation set duration. Make it nice and long so we can see it. Set range. We're gonna make. Oh, you Max, you're killing me now. So we're gonna animate from one color to another. And it's probably gonna look terrible. We'll try something else as well. We're gonna try them all. Or we're gonna try a few. Wife got me an omelet. Fresh made, farm fresh eggs. Meat, cheese, eggs. What can go wrong? I don't even see that she snuck any vegetables on here yet. Usually she gets some leafy greens on there. Okay, so the tricky part is we want to animate from the previous state. Okay. Do a date t last state. That. Why is this electric enter going here? Color last color equals color from the last state. There we go. Now animation range is easy. Last color to the selected color. And then we will apply it. Capturing text. Set color, and we're going to set equal to C. Okay, so for 1 second it'll go from gray to green, then 1 second from green to red. So let's try that. A should go from gray to green over 1 second. Hey. Okay. A, B, C. Those will fade to red. Very nice. Okay, that actually worked a lot better than I thought it would. Cool. So, option 1. We're going to make a few changes here, but otherwise it's looking good. Animation set easing method. Easing method. Let's go quad in out. Let's just make it 0.25. We'll make it faster. Okay, those look better. And clicking over doesn't cause me any major problems. So that actually looks pretty good. One, two, three, yeah. Green, gray, red, yeah. So this is perfect. That's one way. I don't mind that. Alphabet color update. Simple color fade. Alright, we're gonna do another one. Because I want options. We're gonna get 2 sequences. What we're gonna fade from and to. It's going to be great. Just grab everything for now. We run 2 animations back to back. They'll both be quarter-second for now. They'll both be quadrant out. What we're going to do is we're going to go from last color to last color R, last color red, green, blue, 0. So we're going to go to full alpha. So it's going to fade to black. And then we're going to fade from last color alpha to the selected color. Just move the text up here. So you get an animation at 0, quarter-second quadrant out. Last color to this. Change this a little bit. Selected color. There we go. This one goes here. Body out. Set range, set color. Okay. Now it's getting complained about. Color has no member R. No. Fine. I'm going to look up the. Oh, it's red, green, blue. All right. Red, green, blue, blue, green, red. Kind of like the way it looks, but multiple user inputs in a short time don't look very good. So far, I like the first one better. Since user input can happen kind of fast, like if we do this, it's not bad. Okay, so here's a fun tidbit. That was an interesting exercise. We only have to do this bool state changed equals last state not equal to state. We only have to animate if state changed. This electric enter is killing me. So once they all go red, they don't have to do anything. Fade to white, fade to red. Kind of like the look of it, but yeah. Multiple rapid inputs don't look good. I like the last one better. So this was fade to black, fade back, fade out, fade in. We'll call it that. Okay. I like that first one better. Where's my journal? We had a list of ideas. Color fade, alpha in out. We tried both of those. Raise and fall. Part of me kind of wants it, but also, there's so many options, so many things we could do. Raise and fall. I guess we'll do that one next. Which is going to be similar in construction to this one. Lock these. Let's go out like 80. Just so I know what I'm looking at here, since everything's commented out. Okay. We'll take a quarter second, quad in out. Set range. Okay. Again, clicking fast is going to make this look weird, but we'll do it anyways. Set range. Multiple rapid clicks are going to look bad. Oh, let me undo it. Looks good even with double clicks. Looks good. Except with double click. This one's gonna run into similar problems. Okay, what we're just gonna do, we're gonna go from r.x to r.y to r.x. r.y minus r.height. So there's the 2. we're going to capture text. And we'll update text to move to, oh, we need to capture, or not capture, double X, double Y, or the parameters. Move to X, Y. That'll be very similar to this one. And instead of quadding out, it's going to be a bounce out. Make that nice and long for now. All right, let's see what it looks like. Okay. So if you click J. Oh, wow. Oh, well, that's because I did it wrong. Very clever of me. Y minus R dot H. File run. It'll be very exciting. Okay, play. Oh, that's not what we're testing. Okay. So this actually needs 3 actions. We're just going to say at the end of this sequence point to set immediate on step 2. We're going to take text we have to capture. Set color to the selected color, so I have to capture that as well. We can be clever if we want to with locking the color at the end of the first bounce, but we're not going to do that right now. So we're going to click J, let's click Q, pop, bonk, bonk. That's not bad. It looks kind of goofy with a double click. It's almost good. We just do it. Let's just do it. Action sequence. Other sequence equals this thing. That only needs 1 item. That'll be this. Other sequence. What if it needs 2 elements? 2 elements. Other sequence. Set do until. It's going to do nothing. I don't know who enabled this keyword shortcut. Probably me inadvertently, but it's killing me. I have to restart Emacs after the stream is over. We're going to capture this animation here. I hate it when that gets enabled. Only I knew is to return a boolean. Anim t greater than 4/11. We've already worked through this part earlier. So you can watch the stream back. So what we're going to do is we're going to say this sequence is going to raise it up and drop it. And this other sequence is going to do nothing until this animation here hits the bottom of that first bounce. Then it will immediately do set this color. But only on the first bottom out. Well, computer not used. Oh, because I haven't returned it. Return is important. I was reading a thing earlier about, what was it? Oh, I don't remember what language. One of the languages allows definitions of functions as an expression, which was kind of cool, but not useful here because this is C++. Not that one. Let's test Q. Bonk. Yep, as soon as it bottoms out. Interesting. Kind of like it, but kind of. A lot of these look really bad under rapid inputs. Raise and drop with bounce. Okay. Raise, fall, bounce to color after the first bounce hits. Rotate or scale. This requires that I either fix a bug elsewhere or I this is going to have similar issues where we click it multiple times. Okay, yeah. Probably time for a restroom break while I think about it. And we're back. Let's take a small side detour while I think about the bugs that I'm going to face. Let's do this. Let's go game scene. I'm going to add a restore letter color animation method. Just so that I can do this in update. If input get key pressed key. I thought I would have input.h already open. Oh, is key pressed. Input key. What's it called? Left, down, up, right? Okay. And right. Information equals left is down, so -1. I should. This is less than 0 equals 2. This is very similar, except that it's increment. If it's greater than 2, set it equal to 0. If the left key or the right key were pressed, then switch this thing. Case 0. Case 1. Case 2. Simple fade. Fade in, out. Raise. Raise. Drop. Bounce. Okay. I'm going to copy this case. And down in oh, okay. Letter, delete letter. Guess submitted. set letter state. Simple failure. This one. We should put this inside of the switch statement. The other thing we want to do is we're gonna alright. I don't like what my layup's doing to me, but it doesn't matter. This guy gets a simple fade treatment. Fade in, fade out. That way we'll always be able to pick one for comparison. There we go. So we can use the arrow keys to switch between those methods of interpolation. Oh, it worked. Oh, good. Returned a random word in the int x, return a specific word. Gotcha. Nice. Always nice when you figure out a bug. Okay. So that's one thing. We can just compare it though, because the one thing I wanted to see was the raise and drop with that presets character to reject. So that's the fade. Fading out. I don't mind that. That looks okay. And then we go to the raise and drop. Cute. Cute. See, I kind of like that. Almost. Yeah. Okay. And now, one last thing I want to try before we get too crazy about the next thing. We're going to make each of these sequences one longer. We're going to move each of these animation elements one later. Don't have to worry about this one though, that's a separate parallel thing. This one will happen at 1, 2, and 1. Because what we're going to do is we're going to wait for a random duration. Do I have random in here? That's a good question. Who is using that? The word library is. GB flip uniform and abstract. This part is not game sensitive. So we can afford to have some bad randomness functionality in this area. Put in initializer list. RNG doesn't need anything. URNG needs the address of M. Alright. Hopefully that doesn't break anything. Looks fine. Okay, good. Fade. Sequence. Set weight at 0 for uniform random number generation. And now I don't remember. Next float. High value. Next float. So 0.25. We'll try that. Same thing here. And here. Now, quarter second is quite a lot. So we should be able to see the effect immediately. What? Oh. Of course. Next. Float. There we go. That should work better. Run it. Play, and it crashes. Okay. Need to compile, clean, and debug. Oh, did it at the wrong area. It's using the wrong big file. It's gonna re-embed all my binary data. And take a little while. The embedding of the binary data is not that big of a deal right now. Okay. Things are generally working. Aha. Okay. They don't all fade at the same time. I actually like that. Huh. Yeah, that's kind of cool. They'll fade at slightly different times. Another option. Hmm. Mhm. Okay, so we can use our arrow keys to do this one. Ooh. Yeah, they all fade at different times. Hmm. That's kind of fun. Let's go back to this one. That delay doesn't really make me that feel it. Doesn't feel that much different. That's not bad. Okay, but we're going all the way to the drop and bounce. So, ooh, I kind of like that. Look at that. Boop. Oh, that's so cute. Mm-hmm. That is pretty cute. That is very cute. All right, option two. Option two. Are you ready? Do I want to look at it right now? Another thing we can do is set it up like a wave instead of a random. Delay. All right. Update on update. Here we go. So left and right will change the method. Input is key pressed. Input key up. Information delay is greater than 2. Letter color animation delay equals 0. Um, so up, down, it's minus, it's less than 0, go to 2. If we press either up or down, then the delay will be logged. No delay. Random delay. And delay. I guess that's close. Okay. Let's go down to fade in, which is here. If there's a random delay, this is what we do. If there's no delay, sequence that pass, oops, 0. If there's a wave delay, that's the one where it gets interesting. Set rate 0 to times x minus x naught all over x1 minus x naught. So basically we're going to get two x's, which are the two extents of the blackboard. And the more left the rectangle we're looking at is, the longer, the shorter the delay. So it'll fade, it'll transition the colors in this column first and those then those. So we have to figure out what x naught and x0 are. That's not too hard. X naught double x equals r dot x. Double x1 equals r. Oh no, that's not true. X naught is m underscore letters text sub 0 bounding rectangle dot x. And it is 7 wide, or 7 is the index. 7, 5, so it's 6. All right, we'll try that. That's not the end of the case. These don't actually need those. This is so simple. Good. Try to copy this one to here. And here. clean and debug. Since we changed the shape of our class data by adding one integer to it. Okay. Okay. Brian, question for you. Yesterday, somebody said I should be playing music. What do you think? I play music while I work? Make the experience more enjoyable. Um, yeah, I mean, when I'm programming by myself, I'm always listening to something, either a podcast or some music. No, that's fair. Okay, so we're going to go to no delay. So there's no delay, everything's fine. Going to random delay. Kind of like it. We're going to try wave delay, but this is a new one. Boop, boop. That's not bad. So if we... Oh, it died. Expression less than 0. Okay. Good to know. Could it be less than 0? So we're taking the leftmost letter, the rightmost letter. Well, maybe it's not the rightmost letter. Maybe we'll try it. Yeah, I've definitely done a lot of programming listening to like Casey Muratori's Handmade Hero or Jonathan Blow lectures or other podcasts. So we were doing wave delay. That all works fine. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And yet, get a duration less than 0 in that case. Interesting. Okay. Well, if you don't need music, that's fine with me. I've got 1 vote for and 1 vote against then. Problem with music is, well, I've already been copyright claimed on the YouTube video I uploaded, even though it's during a time when I forgot to turn on my mic, so there's no sound. But WMG really thinks that I was playing a sound during that time. So I contested it, and they've got 30 days to respond, but still, it's just annoying. Oh. I know why. I know why. Because this is exactly 0. If r.x equals x naught, sequence set pass, else. There we go. I mean, I can set the delay. Oh. I can set the delay to 0 and support that. Do I want to? Probably should. You can have a 0 delay because you're computing things at the ranges just like I did. So you should probably just allow it. It'll be more heavyweight than a pass, but that is okay. Duration. So I can assert that duration. Oh. I'm not actually asserting it here. Wow. Assert duration greater than or equal to 0. That's an oversight. ActionSequence duration greater than or equal to. Okay. That just fixes it. Ooh, it's already 5 o'clock. I've just about got to wrap this up. Okay. Okay, we're going to clear everything. We're going to random delay. Nice. It's kind of random, I guess. Then we go to wave delay. And now Okay, that's not bad. Okay, we go to fade in, fade out. Oop, oop, that's not bad. Drop, raise, drop, bounce. Dunk. That's nice. Oh, that's kind of nice. Oop, oop. Oh, I kind of like that one. Hmm. Not every user action needs an animation, but this is satisfying. Boop and boop. Very nice. Boop. Clear. Nice. Okay, what if we do all 5 letters? That's kind of annoying, the individual click actually. Then when we clear, not bad. All right, how about this as a compromise? Since I now have a way to choose an animation method, I do this one, this one, with it using something, either the fade in, fade out, or the bounce. But when I click an individual one, I pass the number for just the color fade. So that's a possibility. All right, I'm going to update the journal. Letters changing color in board. Now animate implemented 3/4 of the proposed ideas. Keyboard shortcuts in game scene to test different animations and delay options. Current thought is user click letter equals no delay and other actions to date letter status. Left click, double right click. Now by this, double left and right click. Reset. Reject list. Clear deductions. We'll use one of the dependency animations with a nice delay. Randomize. Okay. Did not implement rotate scale letters to as part of that animation. Yeah. Okay. Pretty good day's work for starting an hour late. Let me think. Anything else to... Oh. We should talk about the refactor. Minor refactor of animation sequence animation. Animation takes more of the burden of work, and animation sequence just delegates now. Maybe in the future we can have a convenience option in scheduler to just do an action. Does it still need to be wrapped in a sequence? You know what? Having typed that, I think we can have the convenience method and it hides the fact that it's adding an animation sequence. How do I feel about that? Animation. Oh, action sequence. Right now, I do not expose any of those actions, but I could. Do we just do that before I wrap up? Oh, maybe we can do it real quick. Is that true? It won't take long, right? Every time I have to do that, I get myself. We insert that our index is valid, and then we just return actions at index. Just like that. Okay, so that's part one. Next part is scheduler. It's going to get reloaded. Action star new action. Scheduler.cpp. All right, what we're going to do is action sequence equals new action sequence of 1, turn sequence point to at 0. That looks more convenient. So if we come over to main scene, new action sequence 1. That happens 2 places. When we mark the deduced letter and when we swap the deduced letter. I don't want to try it. Let's just mark this up. action equals a set animation. We do not need to pass an index. We already have it. Nice, okay. This one, very similar. Now, later on, if I want something more involved with the scheduler, this is already in place as an interface. Compile, clean, debug for now. What this doesn't let me do is shove an existing action into an action sequence yet. But I see how I could. Maybe. So this is a convenience method only. Okay, that's not a bad day's work if this works. Ooh. Okay, not as bad as I originally thought. Okay. I'll try that. And new dot new action. So that's when we mark the deduced letter and we swap the deduced letters. So we pick some letters. That still works. And that still works. Okay. So they work. Delete this. And this. I think that's fine. Okay, back to the journal. We were just doing a journal entry. We have a convenience option in scheduler to just do an action. It's still going to be wrapped in the action. Okay. That all seems reasonable. Okay, not a bad day's work. Save it. Alright, what did we do? Let's animation done. Letter color animation in progress with exploration options in game scene with keyboard shortcuts. with arrow keys. There we go. We also fixed a bug. Fixed deduction bugs. See journal. For more details. Okay. So what are we doing tomorrow? Oh, we're not doing anything tomorrow. Announcement. There will be no stream tomorrow. Tomorrow is the United States Independence Day holiday, so I will be eating barbecue and hanging out with my family. So no stream. I should probably put that in the Discord, which I will plug once again. Anyone who wants to join the Discord. Oops, that didn't work at all. Copy. Paste. There we go. Okay, have some dinner. Friday. I'll be online Friday. Good barbecue. Always good barbecue. All right. Enjoy your dinner. Talk to you on Friday. Bye. Vegan. Oh no. Oh no. I love churrascaria. It's the best thing ever. If there's one thing the Brazilians do well, it's cook meat. All right. I am headed out. Bye.